Welcome back to the show. It is so fun for me today to have my friends from KXXV TV, my old stomping grounds, the wonderful Emily Baird, who I've known the longest in this group of folks.
Hmm.
She is the Regional Creative Services Director for Scripps,
Yes.
the owner
Yeah.
of KXXV. Our brand new senior neighborhood reporter, Charles Molineaux.
Very nice to
Welcome,
hear.
welcome to
Thank
Waco.
you.
You're brand new. And Justin Burton, who is the general manager and news director slash news director. Now, we've known each other now, maybe a couple, well, since you came. When
Yeah,
did
about
you
a
come?
little over a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, welcome. So glad to have you up here in my little lair above on the Alico building. I can't even think. I'm so excited. All right. So, Charles, first of all, you're brand new. You already started. You're learning the neighborhood. Tell us a little bit about who you are.
Well, I come from the world of TV news for a while, for a really, really long while. And I've been sort of all over the place at stations and networks here and there over the years. I was talking with Justin earlier about having started in Binghamton, New York.
My
a
aunt and uncle were
long
from
time
Binghamton,
ago.
New York, so I
Beautiful
know
country.
that country.
It
How
is so
fun,
nice, the
yeah.
southern tier.
Yeah.
And then around and about Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and Denver, and Miami, and Atlanta, and New Orleans, and New York. And so you sort of, the list goes on, and you start to say, wow. As Jerry Garcia would say lately, it occurs to me what a long, strange trip it's been.
Well, that's sort of the way it is in this business,
It really
isn't
is.
it? You have just some great places that you work for, and then you move to another great place. In my case, I came to a great place and stayed for 25 years,
Yeah.
but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's,
We'll
that's
have
me.
him for 25 years too.
I was going to say,
That's.
hey, the pattern is set.
Yeah.
It's been great for the extremely brief time so far. So, yeah, let me put some roots down, please.
Well, we're looking forward to that. Now, your son is at Baylor,
Yes, he is. Yeah,
and so you do have kind of a pretty big draw here.
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's great. So, Justin, tell us about yourself. I know you're an Eagle Scout. I learned that when I was.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I did not know
Isn't
that.
that
Yes.
That's why
Yeah.
he's always tying knots. Look at him go.
Just the half hitch and the sheep shank knots. Classic. Not tying it to work. No, yeah. So I'm originally from Kansas City, Missouri. And I grew up watching the local news with my folks. Dinner table, we'd watch the 6 o'clock news. And at the time, this was the ABC affiliate there. Lynn Dawson was the sports director. So imagine if Patrick Mahomes was the sports director at the ABC affiliate, right? I mean, that's what Lynn Dawson was to Kansas City. So it was pretty neat to grow up in that. And this is all I've ever wanted to do. And for my career, it's all I've ever done. So I knew one day I wanted to be a news director and to be a GM. And it's crazy that I'm both at the same time. And most of my family has migrated down to Texas. So it's just a perfect fit all around. And Waco's been, I mean, all of Central Texas has been
Won some
amazing.
pretty impressive awards. Lone Star Emmy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were an EP,
Mm-hmm.
executive producer, and I mean your career has kind of you don't just immediately become a general manager, or news director.
Right. Well,
You
it's
got to pay your dues along the way.
yeah, it's funny. I was in college, and at the station that I grew up watching, there was like a career day, and the managing editor said, "Hey, would you ever want to be an assignment editor?" I said, "Oh no, sir. All I want to do is produce." I did my internship at Fox 29 in San Antonio, and they said, "You want to do a reel, like a stand-up reporter?" I said, "All I want to do is write and produce," and my goal was to do 100 scripts, and I think by the end of the summer I did like 150, and that's all I wanted to do. So it's funny. I got into producing, and it's really hard. And I found you could on the behind the scenes, there's the producer route or the assignment editor route. And I kind of found myself loving the assignment editor route, which is, you're there when the seed of the story is planted. You hear on the scanner, "Hey, we have a big thing going on," and you kind of get to play detective a little bit, sit in the crews, and I loved that. So I eventually became a managing editor, and then made my way to assistant news director. Loved all the things. I know I'm probably talking, the biz lingo here, but and then from there, yeah, I was for Spectrum News in Texas. I was the morning EP, and then eventually a managing director there, and then I was there for about 4 years.
Yeah, but you also have an MBA. So,
Mhm.
the whole business aspect of television news is another thing.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and it was so cool to be, at Mizzou of all places, which has a
Mhm.
great journalism program, but to be there in a room full of, 30 to 40 folks kind of like me, but from different professions, doctors, people who work in insurance, I mean, you name it, utilities, things like that. And to see where journalism intersects with the rest of the business world, you kind of get to see it from the treetops. And so that's what I love about my job is, I see different departments from the treetops. I have experts like Emily who know creative services
Mhm.
well beyond anything I can possibly
Thank you
grasp.
for that.
But then, if I need to zoom in, on the news side, I know
Mhm.
the news part of things. So it's, no, I love it.
Well, Emily, you and I have
Yes.
known each other the longest,
Oh
I
yeah.
think. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you went to Baylor.
Yes, I did. Sick 'em.
And yeah, so how long have you been with Channel 25?
Gosh. Well, let's see. When was the last party they threw for me for my anniversary? No, I'm just kidding. Uh, 14 years now, maybe.
Is
It's
it
something
really,
crazy
Emily?
like
Was it?
that. Yeah, because I was at Baylor, film digital media with all those
Hmm.
great professors
Oh,
over there,
yeah,
great
yeah.
classes, and I just dressed up and grabbed a resume and went to the nearest TV station and said, "Can I be an intern?" As I was walking out, because they said, "No, we don't have." Somebody grabbed me and said, "Hey, wait, you go to Baylor? You want to work for free? Come on in." And that's how it started. And
Yeah.
I just kept. I told somebody, as long as there's new and exciting things happening and room for growth,
Hmm.
obviously, like I'm gonna stick around.
Hmm. The whole creative services department, though, I mean, what is it you're in charge of?
Anything with the brand. So if it's got a 25 on it,
Yeah.
um, promos, behind the scenes type things with talent, planning events, working with local nonprofits, billboards, vehicles, tchotchkes. I mean, job fairs. We're out there just getting the brand out to the people. So it's a lot of marketing plus anything else that comes along the way.
Well, and your department does the commercials, right?
Yes, we also
There's that.
so we help promote our station and then we help local businesses grow.
Hmm.
So anything that our sales team sells, we get out there and try to get them as much business as possible
Yeah.
locally. That's local commercials. That is a fun part of the job. It is always entertaining.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah,
no question.
yeah,
Of course, I called it Channel 25. How
yeah,
many different brands during the time I was there did we have that I had to
yeah.
relearn? No, no, we're not calling it that. We're
I
calling it.
know. And it's always fun to
That
correct
happens
Ann harder.
everywhere.
Mhm.
I know,
It's
I
like, who
know.
wants to tell Ann she's saying it wrong? No one. Crickets, crickets.
Good
I'll
point.
tell her.
Yeah, please tell her.
Eh,
No, we're calling it. What is it now? What, News 25? Is it?
25 News.
It's 25
Yep.
News.
So anybody that called it News Channel 25, there was News Channel 25 with the HD, and some people like to say that.
Oh, oh.
And then there was Central Texas News Now for a hot minute.
Yeah.
That was
Now, I
a
was not
time.
there when it was Eyewitness News.
Oh yeah, that
That
was right at the beginning.
predates
Yeah,
that predates me
yeah,
at KXXV.
yeah,
I still like to use the call letters because I do think people,
yeah,
realize, what that is.
yeah.
And until we remember the letter we got from the math teacher who said, what is this KXXV? What is this KXXV? We're like, well, it's Roman numerals
Yeah.
for 25.
25.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
And did you know that there's a WXXV and they're also channel 25?
Okay, well, that makes sense.
I mean,
Okay.
that's around the call letters. Actually, that pops up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Is you'll
Yeah.
see those. I
Mhm.
interned at WPVI in Philadelphia.
Mhm.
PVI
Mhm.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well,
I
that's
don't
good.
even know if they're teaching that in schools anymore.
Roman numerals.
It went the way of cursive, maybe. I
Yeah,
don't
that
know.
probably so. Probably so. Well, Charles, though, I want to talk a little bit about some of the stories you've covered,
Oof,
and
yeah.
I want to talk about the fact that you work for CNN. You had a little brief stint
Oh
at a
yeah.
network, so tell me about that.
Well, yeah, CNN was sort of snuck in through the financial side. I was in New York, and CNN had launched its financial network. This was sort of its answer to CNBC, and it was financial news and business news, and it was about here's a business, here's the people who make this business happen, here's what they're selling, here's to whom they're trying to sell. And we focused on businesses, but also in New York, the markets, money and markets. New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ. And at the time, the NASDAQ was really hot. This was the late 1990s. So, yeah, of course, the internet was red hot and everything tech was just going berserk. And if you put a .com on anything, you get $1 billion of borrowed money dumped on you. And who knew if you do anything with it? But that was the biggest, hottest thing. And it was fun and exciting. You go around to one launch party or one IPO party, and boy, was that a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was going to say there's some socializing.
Oh,
involved here, too,
absolutely.
yeah.
But you look at it, you think, wow, this is a whole lot of money. I sure hope it pays off.
Yeah.
And of course, everybody, you look back on companies like Amazon, and they were in the red for year after year after year after year. And someone said, well, this is borrowing tons of money and it's going down. Whoops, look at that.
Suddenly.
Wow. Whoa, Amazon. And
Yeah.
it was like, then, and then they started the relaunch for CNN headline news. And that brought me to Atlanta. But in New York, they sent me to the NASDAQ. And the funny thing was, the New York Stock Exchange, the reporting of the New York Stock Exchange is from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange where the trading is happening. And someone stands in the middle of the floor and the traders all around. There's no such place for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is a bunch of servers in Trumbull, Connecticut. And then terminals in offices all over the world. That's all the NASDAQ is. There is no big place. And NASDAQ wanted a place, so they built one. It was just a whole series of great big displays. It looked amazing. And you'd stand in front of a screen, one of dozens and dozens of screens, and say, here's what the NASDAQ is doing, here's what the Dow is doing, here's what Microsoft's doing, here's what Oracle's doing. But there was nothing there. It was a display. And we looked awesome standing in front of this display, in a studio. There was a display. And they said, well, that's very cool, but we want to be more central. So they picked up the display and they moved it to Times Square.
Oh, my.
And to this day, the NASDAQ market site, as they call it, is in Times Square. This big cylindrical building. It looks really cool. And you're looking out on Times Square from the middle of Times Square. The NASDAQ's not there. The NASDAQ is in computers in Trumbull, Connecticut, and all over the place. But they're telling their story. So I got to stand there and look like I was telling a story about the NASDAQ going up and up and up and up. And then 2001 rolled around and it all went like this. And now I'm talking about the NASDAQ going down and down and down and down. And that was really cool. And then they relaunched CNN headline news and I moved to Atlanta. And CNN is a fascinating, fun, exciting experiment. And the thing is, even then, it was still sort of this upstart growing phenomenon that had been throughout the 1980s and the 90s. In the years since, it's been much bigger. Time Warner came in, and it became really much more the familiar broadcasting corporate titan that we think of it as now. And its headquarters is in Columbus Circle, New York. Never set foot in the place. But I was there at CNN Center, the original CNN Center in Atlanta, and that was fun and exciting. And the days of this is CNN.
I know.
Yes, it was. And boy, was it cool.
Yeah, that iconic voice saying that. Yeah, and it kind of seemed to be the start of that whole 24-hour news. Where people
very much
just started, they just wanted news all the time. They were getting it all the time.
Yeah, and it's where the whole concept of the 24-hour news cycle came along, where it used to be that you waited for the news at 6 or 6:30. If your local news, 6, 5, 6, and 11. The national network news was 5:30 Central Time.
Correct.
6:30 Eastern Time. And then in the mornings, and that was about it. There's lots of time to figure out what was going to be on the news. Now, bam, instantaneous. And it's got to be instantaneous.
Yeah.
All the more since with everything we get online, let alone social media.
Oh, yeah.
So much more I want to talk to you all about. Big stories that have happened over the years. But we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we will chat some more with Justin Burton and Charles Molineaux and my friend Emily Baird. Today's show is brought to you by Fox & Co. Bakery. We'll be right back.
With a focus on performance, design, and customer service, we're here to help you work smarter, not harder. Join us on our journey to simplify your world. Visit acasis.com today. That's ACASIS.com today. At 4U Health, we believe wellness and lab testing should be accessible, inclusive, and yes, fun. With our tech-powered at-home lab test, you save time and money while feeling your best. 4U Health. Visit 4uhealth.com today. Overwhelmed by your inbox? Clean Email is here to help. Organize, clean, and manage your emails with powerful automation tools. Say goodbye to spam and clutter and enjoy a stress-free inbox. Try Clean Email today at cleanemail.com.
If your home's feeling a bit dated or you're dreaming of that beautiful outdoor oasis, I have got the team for you. Gather & Co., the family-owned remodeling pros right here in Greater Waco since 1998. Led by the Falconberry family, they specialize in stunning kitchen and bathroom makeovers. Think custom walk-in showers, sleek cabinetry, and aging-in-place upgrades for easy living. They also nail outdoor spaces with pergolas, patio covers, sunrooms, and screen rooms that turn your backyard into a year-round retreat. What sets them apart? Personalized designs, top-notch craftsmanship, and a hassle-free process for free in-home consultations to spot-on completion, plus financing options to make it simple. Customers love them, raving about the friendly crew and attention to every detail. Ready to gather in your dream home? Call Gather & Co. today, 254-759-1147 for a no-obligation quote. Visit GatherCoRemodeling.com. Your remodel starts here. And we are back with the crew from KXXV 25 News. See, I got
Correct.
it right.
You got
I
it.
right.
You
Emily
got it.
Baird, who is in charge of all brand things.
Correct.
It's wonderful to have you here.
Yes.
Charles Molineaux, welcome to Waco because
Thank
you
you.
are right. You just about a month or so on the air, maybe a month and a half, and I want to talk to you and to Justin about the whole change which happened after I retired 5 years ago, almost 6, to a neighborhood format. Let's talk about that. Talk about how you're covering local news these days.
Yeah, well, I'll give all credit to Scripps. It started as a newspaper company.
Mm-hmm.
And, when you talk about the industry, you see these small town newspapers just can't sustain themselves. There are these news deserts where, people used to have robust information and they don't anymore. And so Scripps has done a really good job of saying, hey, let's get into these areas. And for us, I call us the little triangle in the big Texas triangle, right? So it's Waco area, down to Bell County, and then over to Bryan College Station. So for us, we see ourselves as really the heart of Texas and covering communities in between. So I'll give one good example for one of our neighborhood reporters, Allison Hill. There was flooding, I want to say out in like the Lampasas area this time last year or last summer. And the lessons that they learned from the flooding, she covered all year long, so that when there were the devastating floods down in the hill country, the lawmakers looked to Lampasas and said, hey, you guys figured this out. I think we're going to use some of the lessons you learned to figure out how we can avoid this kind of tragedy in the future. And they looked at Allison and said, you've been with us on every step of this journey for the last year. We're going to give you heads up on that. And we just use that as a great example of like, when you go to these neighborhoods that, stations may not traditionally go to, you create those relationships. Mm-hmm. You go to the coffee shops, you go to the restaurants, and they recognize you. You're covering news in areas that have been undercovered for a while. Yeah. So I love the model. A lot of, and I love that we're a neighborhood news station and getting into these communities that haven't been served, well in a while.
Yeah, and piggybacking on that, your LinkedIn page, your profile picture is from the silos that I reference all the time up here, and that's that everyone has a story worth telling, and that really is true. And having this neighborhood format is going to get, I think, to more of those stories.
Oh, very much so, and it's exciting to see it happen. The I like to look at things like the national news, morning news, where, and today we're in Des Moines, or today we're in Los Angeles, or today we're in Oklahoma City, or something like that. Well, they do that once in a while. It's like they go on a great big safari. That's what we try to do every single day.
Yeah.
And that's really an opportunity because, okay, so yes, our studio happens to be in Waco, but our community could be anywhere. It could be Navasota, it could be Killeen, it could be any place around this area. Great. And I'm there. And that's just it. We've already done that a few times, and the opportunities just keep coming along to get out and be there, literally be there, physically out there, saying we're out there covering this community because look, here's where we literally have our feet planted on this day. And that's still kind of unusual. And with the diminishing presence of journalism in these communities, great, we'll step in because we can. And when we do, people see it and appreciate it, and we say yes. And by the way, if something interesting happens, give us a call because we're the ones who are there, and we're already seeing the benefits of that.
And of course the way the news is gathered, more multimedia journalists. I mean, I saw that change from when we had photogs. We had a staff of 6 or 7 photographers,
Dedicated photogs,
videographers, and that's what they did, was to go and follow the reporter and what you imagine in your head. Well, now they have a little wagon and they carry everything with them.
Yeah.
You do some training. I know you trained
Oh,
me
yeah.
on how
Yep.
to use
Correct.
this to shoot video.
Correct. And you're doing a great job.
Well, I had a good teacher. But yeah, the technology is what's so different now too.
Very much so.
To have something in your pocket that
Right.
shoots, such quality video.
And that means when we're out there and something happens, we don't have to say, "Oh, go get the live truck," or
gosh,
call
yeah.
somebody in. No, it's let's go live right now. We can get on Facebook or we can connect to the station and go live on all our platforms. It's just easier to get the information out to people. It's more important than ever too, just to get the truth out there and real
Yeah,
journalism.
which begs the question about social media and its presence and the presence of the personalities involved with bringing the news and the station itself. What kind of changes have you seen?
What I'll say about social media is just, I think it provides different ways to connect, and the different platforms, and, we have to meet people where they're at. And I think, for us, that big part of that brand is creating that trust, right? I mean, for the time that you were at 25 News, right? You created that trust, you created that connection in the community. To me, that's what it's all about. And, especially, as it feels like the news cycle and things get polarizing, and to me that's why I've been in local news my whole career. Is I love that local connection. I love that the people that I grew up watching on TV, a friend would go, "Oh yeah, my parents ran into that person at the grocery store." And they were like the neighborhood celebrities, right? I love that. And I don't think that's ever really going to change, but we have to meet people where they're at. And so much of that, these days is social media.
Yeah. I recently went to a Waco Civic Theater production, was sitting next to a lady, and we were just kind of chatting, and she said something about something in Temple. I said, "Oh, I did an interview with the whoever." And then she goes, "You're Ann Harder." She said, and it was kind of in the dark, and she recognized my voice.
Yeah.
And she's a veteran from, lives down in that area. And and I was just so blessed by her reaction, in that she said, "I would go on deployments and come back, and your voice, your presence was just that continuity." And she lived in the Bryan College Station area, and she watched us.
There you go, yeah.
And here we are, just working our way up here, and you think there's somebody out there watching. You hope there's somebody out there watching. But then to hear it, I told her, I said, "This is such a blessing to me to hear, how you appreciated what we did and the presence that we had." And that's something that my longtime co-anchor Bruce Skeetston would always say. He said, "Ann, we can never take for granted the privilege it is for someone to invite us into their home." Talk to that.
Absolutely. And of course, one thing that really is a precious commodity is that level of familiarity. Is that when they see you, when they're introduced, when y'all at home get to know us, and then you get to know us.
Yeah.
And one of the things about social media is that can now be a two-way street. I remember a zillion years ago in Miami, there were a few people who called regularly. We'd have a conversation. And they were just at home and they'd come to know us. And that does happen. On the other hand, that can also be a really good asset sometimes. All right. Wow. You set me off on a real tangent because in Miami, I was in the TV station at probably 4 o'clock in the morning. We were getting warmed up. Of course, 4 o'clock in the morning is right when the joint is jumping out there on South Beach. And sure enough, this fellow called me up, and I knew him. He was friends of friends of friends, but from the neighborhood. He calls me by the station. He says, "Charles, it's Bobby Radical." That was the name he went by.
Yeah.
"Mickey Rourke has been arrested at his nightclub." Wow. Okay. Interaction with somebody, a guy I know, on South Beach, and a hot news tip. You never know when that's going to happen.
I know.
You never know when that connection you make is going to turn into something valuable for that person, valuable for the community, and something really cool for you to chase as news. So you're always building those relationships, and the ups and downs of social media will be debated forever. But the fact is, there is a real opportunity there. And when you start to build those relationships, people hear your voice, you hear their voices, they get accustomed to their voices being heard. And now you've got a back and forth that can be really positive, and you can really make things happen in your community. And sometimes it comes down to something big that needs to be addressed. And maybe somebody would or wouldn't be that excited about coming forward with it unless you open that pathway and you make it possible and you send out that invitation. And that's one of the rare things, well, it's not rare anymore, but one of the real opportunities that we find ourselves presented with today is, yes, we can hear from you and you can talk to us, and it becomes this two-way street, or as they say, interactive, because now it really is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it's just, to me, local news is sort of the last bastion of having that interaction with folks.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. Right. I mean, the phone calls to the newsroom, yeah, the emails, the messages on social media, you know, and I feel like you know those are the neighborhoods we live in, so we have that connection. You know, at the higher levels, it's harder to have that connection. If you're in New York or LA and somebody's writing from Minnesota, it's a little tougher to connect in that way. But when it's something like, oh, I drive that street every day. You know, so it's easier to not just connect with it, but then connect with that person as you would at the post office or at a restaurant or something, going, oh yeah, okay. I mean, it's to me, it's just that conversation.
Yeah, kind of citizen journalist too, if you will.
Yeah.
So let's talk about big stories. I know last month we recognized 9/11, as we do every year, and I was really privileged this year to talk to an actual eyewitness to the plane going into the building. That, to me, that was hearing Jasmine Rodriguez's story was really profound. Where were you? Everybody remembers where they were and what they were doing.
Yeah, that was quite a day, because I had been maybe 3 or 4 months into my time at CNN headline news in Atlanta. And what had happened was CNN, they saw this headline news as this gem that was unpolished and sitting there on zillions of cable systems all over the country and not that used, and it was pre-recorded. The wheel, they called it. And you'd record a bunch of material and play it back and forth and shuffle around and mix and match over the course of the hour. And in the summer of 2001, they took portions of it live, the mornings and the evenings. And I was there for the mornings. So our time was 6 to 9 a.m. Instead of it being the shuffle and the pre-recorded, we were live. And we were live from 6 a.m. until 9 a.m. Except that morning, we were live, and 8:40 rolled around, and we start hearing that there's a big fire at the World Trade Center. And then we heard a plane hit it. And the next thing, now the thing is, one of the characteristics of what we did at CNN Financial and CNN in New York was CNN headquarters in New York was in the 30s. It was 8th Avenue and 33rd Street. It was probably a 20-story tall building. But when we wanted to talk about the financial sector, the financial markets, they had a roof camera pointed down at the finance district where right in the middle was the World Trade Center towers. Yeah. And we saw it every day. We talk about in the financial world, and here's the World Trade Center. Well, now we're looking at the World Trade Center, and it's on fire. Wow. And I'm talking with somebody who's sitting in an office, in that office building, looking, and this was a few miles away from Ground Zero, so no direct connection, but we're looking at it, and he's saying, yeah, I saw this plane, and we're looking at it, and as we're watching, the second plane hit the second tower. And you sort of sit there stupefied because it was huge, and we saw probably a couple hundred people die in that instant. You say, what is going on? And there's things you think about looking back. It was a beautiful sunny day. It's not
It was
like
gorgeous.
could have been. And now the Hudson River is a corridor for flying that's not that unusual to see planes flying very low, but no. And you say, all right, this is something huge. This is something bad. And then, so we're scrambling to keep up with what's going on. And then we hear about the Pentagon. And we didn't hear about the flight that went down in Pennsylvania until later. But you say, all right, this is something dramatic. This is something catastrophic. And we watched the building go down. And we were supposed to sign off at 9 o'clock, but we kept going for a good hour and a half as we had people calling in, people talking to us. We had correspondents running down to the scene, coming out of the subway into this disaster area, trying to get back to us. And interestingly enough, of course, at that point, we didn't have things like the online communications. We didn't have the live view backpack units. It was you hook up to a live truck, you hook up to a satellite truck, or you're talking on a phone.
Yeah.
And so we're getting these dispatches as we go on and struggling. And we kept it going for a good maybe hour and a half and finally decided, all right, we're just going to simulcast what CNN is carrying because they had all the resources coming in. And we would get some of them probably after CNN itself did. And then so we just signed off and started simulcasting. And I'll never forget because we got done. The setup at CNN Center at the time was the headline news studio was in one corner of the building and the main newsroom was in another. So you walk out through this big atrium, which was a food court and businesses and so on, across this big balcony. And I got about 2/3 of the way across and I sort of stopped and said, what's going on? What have I just seen? What have I just witnessed? It was over. I wasn't even on the air anymore. And all of a sudden it really starts to sink in and you say, this is a catastrophic day. The World Trade Center. I'd been to the World Trade Center. I can't tell you how many times. They did stories there.
Oh, wow.
Windows in the World, the restaurant. I've been there a few times. And all of a sudden you're saying, wait, that's gone and something catastrophic has happened. And this is a pretty scary new world that we've discovered we're in. So at that moment, you start to realize, all right, this is something huge. This is something devastating. And maybe a couple days later, our leader at the time, Taya Ryan, said, this is going to be our world going forward. And it's the big news today, but it's always going to be there in our background from now on. Yeah. And then that's when you realize that you've crossed something of a threshold.
Yeah, we talked when I was talking with Jasmine about that day, you know, the PTSD she suffers, but, you know, reporters do too. Producers, people that are dealing with these tragedies every day, eventually, you know, it kind of sets in on you and you have to let it out. In my case, just started crying, randomly started crying. Not on the air, but sometimes you want to.
It's intimidating to look back and realize what you were in the middle of. And as I said, at the time, it's the big story and we're struggling to keep up with it. And
yeah, you're just busy doing your job, trying to gather the information.
And there's not that much time to think about the broader implications of something enormous and terrible that you're looking at. And then you step back and you say, oh, wow. Yeah, that's where we find ourselves. And to have been in the middle of that and to look back and say, yeah, well, yeah, I was there. And yeah, that's what happened. And wow. And you sort of Aaron Brown, who was reporting on this for CNN in New York at the time, just said on the air, there are no words.
Yeah.
Because what do you say?
Well, thank you for sharing that memory. I think it is important that, we talk about it, and particularly that we don't forget, sorry, that this happened to our nation. And we're, it was a time just to try to wrap our Western minds around something like this happening. But what I see with neighborhood reporting format, you can tell some encouraging, good, inspiring stories too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, again, if you're going to these places where you don't see these things very often, we talk about this all the time of just driving through, Calvert on the way to Bryan or College Station going, oh, this is a cool, and
Yeah,
just
it is one little
finding, just finding these, like I've fallen in love with Clifton, it's just these communities that, and then, so I joined the Bosque Film Society because
Oh,
of
did you?
a story I read in the Texas Monthly about the cliff techs and all that. Well, then when we had the recent flooding and there were flood warning for the river there, and then Clifton, I'm like, oh no, Clifton. So you just these areas better. But yeah, on the flip side too, there are those incredible opportunities to share stories that the people may not know about. And one thing I love about Texas is that more than any other state I've ever seen, it's just Texas is all one. Right. So the idea that you find one good story here in Central Texas, that could play anywhere in Texas, So yeah, great opportunity.
Yeah.
And the world of news is sort of changed so much. And it's sort of interesting. You look at some of our big cities, and I believe it was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where I used to work, the newspaper was the Patriot News. In Atlanta, it's the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Well, wait a minute. The Patriot and the News used to be two different newspapers. The Journal and the Constitution used to be two different newspapers, and now there's only the one. Yeah. So those outlets have consolidated to the point where there's not that much room. And I had been working in radio in Houston in a news department that had been about 100 people, and it's now a dozen.
Yeah.
So that kind of consolidation is leaving so few avenues for people to tell their stories, which is why it's terrific to say, wait a minute, there's us. And we're going out there.
Yeah.
And I probably never mentioned this, but I've been in a bunch of cities, big and small, and you look at the reporting staff at Channel 25 and you say, there's a lot of them. And that's not usual because of all the one person can do this, and this. Well, yeah, but what happens if you've got a lot of people and you spread them out? Then all of a sudden there's ways for people to tell their stories. And there are story tellers, but also story receivers to collect them and to bring them back, where so many fields of media are drawing back into the big enclaves or trying to cover an entire state with just a few dozen people. You can do it all online. It's easy. And well, yeah, but being out there in the community and just seeing that happen, you say, wait a minute, this really works. This is because all of a sudden we're making that connection personally, literally, physically, being out there. And in TV and radio and in newspapers, there's so much less of that happening. And it's great to have more of it happening because the stories are still out there. People still want to be heard.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the highlights of my career happened after I retired. And that was to get to do Traveling Texas.
Oh, yeah.
I went and did
So
2
fun.
stories a month, which didn't sound like much, but it was plenty.
Yeah.
But got to go to so many wonderful little communities, museums, all kinds of fun places with just a little story here and there
Yeah.
on Channel 25 talking about.
Yeah.
I still call it Channel 25.
Well,
What's that mean?
as long as the 25's there.
It's
Look,
on
I mean,
Channel
from a
25.
branding
25's in the name.
standpoint, I'll take
But
it.
it truly was. It
Yeah.
was so much fun. That was really a lot of fun. But but what we do is important. What you do in bringing news and information to a community is just of paramount importance. But I always say weather is the thing that people could live and die from. So when folks will gripe about, they did a break-in for some weather somewhere, I said, yeah, but that's very important. I'm really having voice trouble today. Maybe I should eat one of these. But I want you to take one of these, this bag of peppers to Matt Hines, because I grow them every
Yes.
year for Matt Hines, have been for many years, because he loves hot peppers. And when he wears that red tie, that's one
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
The lady I was talking to the other night, she goes, yeah, when he puts that red tie on, I know that the weather could get bad.
Mm-hmm.
So there's so much you're doing there in the community, and I'm proud to have been a part of it for a quarter of a century. It's kind of hard to
Yeah.
say that, but
You're part of the legacy, so. I mean,
well, it's all. It was the work. It was just the work, and it was the people, and that's what I miss the most. People say, "Do
Yeah.
you miss doing TV?" No, I miss the people. And so I just cannot thank you all enough for spending some time with us here today. And you and I are going to get to know each other.
Oh, yes.
Because we're going to be emceeing an event coming up later in
The Humane
October
Society.
for the
That'll be
Humane
awesome.
Society Halloween. So yeah, and I want to thank you, Justin, for getting involved. I see you in these community events, and I just love that you have really embraced this community and want to be a part of it, and to lend your support in these ways too, which is important
Yeah.
for TV stations.
Oh, definitely.
To to help with nonprofits and
Well, we can't say we're in your neighborhood without actually being out there, right? I mean,
yeah.
we care about these places, and that's why I love the nonprofit side of it. And I'm sure you still get involved in all that.
I'm
yeah.
still pretty involved with all that.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just we are a service to the
Yeah,
community.
Yeah. Well,
Again,
it's been a privilege and an honor for me
Yeah.
to be able to do this work, and I thank you all, and look forward
Thank you.
to our
Yeah,
friendships
thanks.
deepening, and so
Yes,
happy to
of
see
course.
you. Anyway, there's more of the show ahead, though. You stay with us. A big thank you to our sponsor, Fox & Co. Bakery. Check them out for delicious baked goods and your catering needs.
Natural Cycles identifies your fertile window by analyzing changes in your temperature. Just measure in the morning, add your temperature into the app, then learn which days you can and cannot get pregnant. It's that easy. Learn more at naturalcycles.com.
With San, owning iconic furniture no longer requires paying a premium. With over 15,000 satisfied customers worldwide, it doesn't have to come with a high price tag. Explore our collection today at san.com.
Apollo Neuro is a new kind of wearable that helps your body recover from stress, that helps you calm down and feel better. You sleep better, and you can get back to being yourself. Learn more at apolloneuro.com.
Starting today, the Waco Regional Airport will use Park Mobile app to charge for parking in 3 lots. The new parking fee is $5 per day plus fees for at least the first year. A small lot will be reserved for short-term parking for 2 hours or less. With parking lots at 40% capacity, the fees are expected to bring over $400,000 for the Waco Regional Airport. Airport Manager James Harris says that this measure is partially mandated by the FAA, which requires airports to make an effort towards self-reliance. The Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo starts tomorrow and is here for 11 days of family fun. Starting on October 2nd, there's going to be foods, sights, and attractions all hitting the fairgrounds with new things that you haven't seen before. If you purchase rodeo tickets through the link with United Way for Sunday, October 5th, you not only get a discounted price, but you also get to support our local United Way chapter. The Extraco Event Center and the Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo are bringing you a packed schedule of activities, so go check out their calendar and get your tickets today. The Ironman Kids Waco Splash and Dash is happening on October 4th. The Greater Waco Sports Commission is hosting this non-competitive event for children of all ages to participate in fun and fitness. Fun run distances are tailored for every age group, from the diaper dash and toddler trot to the half mile and full mile run. I'm Elizabeth Riley with your Act Locally Waco News, and I'll see you next time.
And welcome back to the show. There is a very exciting event coming up in for the Belton ISD Education Foundation. It's going to be in Temple, just so I get that straight.
Yes.
And I am so delighted to have Beran Luce here with us to talk about it. Beran, you have been involved with the Belton ISD Education Foundation for how long?
For just about 2 years now. I actually worked in the district when my husband and I first moved back to the area, worked in the district for several years, and then had our children. Our children are in Belton ISD, and now this is my second year in the Education Foundation working for them.
Well, I love Bell County. I love the folks down there. Before we started this evening, I was talking about having been in Belton at the Turquoise and Boots fundraiser, and the people in Bell County are just so generous and so giving,
Yes.
and wonderful and loving. And of course, I'm including Salado, my happy
Yes,
place.
absolutely.
Love Salado, and so. You're very fortunate to get
Yes,
to live
we
in
are.
that part of Central Texas.
We are.
Just saying that. And of course, Belton ISD is just a great school district.
We love it.
But this is something, this fundraiser for the foundation has been going on a few years, right?
For several years, yes. It's always called Red Carpet, and then our theme kind of changes every year. It's our biggest fundraiser of the year, and it always takes place in the fall. And rest assured, we check football schedules so that we're not competing with UT football, Aggie football, Baylor football. So we make sure to check that. And then also our venue has a TV, so if you want to watch the games, you can. But it has been going on for quite a while now. The Education Foundation was actually founded in 1992 to provide scholarships and teacher grants to students and teachers in the district. And so this always brings in a lot of money for us, which is great. We tell the teachers and the students we have money and we want to give it away. And so last year we raised about $168,000.
Did you really?
We did. We were very excited.
Beran,
We were
really?
very excited. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So we're hoping to do that again
Well,
this year.
of course, I've been involved with the Waco ISD Education Foundation from its beginnings, 30 years ago,
Yep,
longer.
yep.
And, and at first it was kind of like, well, how do we even sell the public on the idea
Right.
that the public schools need to raise money because, we pay our taxes and so forth. But that doesn't anywhere come close to providing the kind of rich environment that you want to give to students in your
Absolutely.
school district.
Right.
So you say in the 90s, Belton jumped on board with an education foundation. But now this casino night is something you've done other galas, as you say.
We
in the
have,
past.
yes.
This one will be in Temple, though, at a venue in Temple.
It is. So it's a little confusing if you're not familiar with the area. West Temple is I kind of equate it to the Valley Mills Drive. It has like
Okay.
a lot of it's like kind of a main shop, at least the Valley Mills Drive when I grew up here in Waco. But part of West Temple goes to Belton ISD. So it's Temple, but part of it is still Belton ISD.
Right,
So,
right.
So it's actually being held in Temple at Bold Republic Brewing. They're always so generous and so great to work with. They shut down for us so that we can set up all day. They provide the food. Their food's delicious. They have their own. They brew some of their own beers, and so we'll have drink tickets available. And then we'll have tents set up also for casino games. We haven't done casino night in a while. They've done it in the past, and I didn't get to attend that. But we have a company coming in from Austin that will bring in blackjack tables, a poker table, I believe craps and roulette. And then at the end, based on the number of chips, you'll trade it in for some tickets, and we'll have a raffle for a big prize at the end.
So this is going to be Saturday, October 18th.
October 18th.
And so you're taking reservations now. Can people
are.
still buy tables?
Absolutely, yes.
What about sponsors? You still taking
Sponsors,
that?
we're still taking that. We just opened up sponsorships and tables a few weeks ago. So you can purchase an individual ticket for $250 all the way up to our high roller sponsorship of $10,000 and lots of perks with all the sponsorship levels and all the ticket levels. So we're excited about that. We have a VIP hour from 5 to 6 for some of the higher sponsorship packages. And then the event opens at 6 o'clock and it's from 6 to 10. We'll have music, and we'll have
Who's doing the music?
DJ Instigator is his name. He
Oh,
is a
good.
popular guy around the Bell County area.
Uh-huh.
So we're going to have a DJ this year. We'll have the casino games. We'll have kind of a buffet dinner set up. And then what I love about this event too is we have the culinary classes from both high schools make the desserts for us.
That's neat.
They do a wonderful job. We love
Yeah.
showcasing the student work. We have the floral department from the high schools put centerpieces together. So another way to showcase their work. We've had art students paint some centerpieces for us before. And then we also have a woodworking, I think it's called the Career Builders Club at Belton High School. I'm sure like Belton High School also has a similar program. But they built like a dog crate for us one year. They've built patio furniture.
Things to auction.
Yes, things for the auction, and that we can showcase and show what our students are doing in Belton ISD.
Oh,
which we
that
love.
is so.
Yes.
That is so neat. So you say your kids are in Belton ISD?
I have
What
two
ages?
boys. Yes, it's crazy when I say it. I have a 5th grader, so I'm almost out of elementary. I know, and then I have an 8th grader, so we're almost to high school.
Oh, it goes.
It goes so
fast.
fast. I know it goes so
goes
fast.
Well, everything I've ever heard about Belton ISD district,
It's wonderful.
and of course got quality people helping with these kinds of projects. So who else do you have helping with your?
We have a new executive director. Her name is Kim Pimento. So this will be her first year with the gala. We're really excited about having her on board. Alex Jackson is also, she's our VP of Marketing and Events. So she was hoping to be here today, but she does a great job. And we have, do you remember the Trapolinas or know the Trapolinas
Oh,
from
yeah.
here? Yes. So their daughter, Angie,
Yeah.
her boys are all Belton, or 2 of them are Belton grads, and she still has one in high school. And
Really?
she does a great job with decor. She's very helpful too. So it's fun to have that Waco connection. Growing up
I
in
know.
Waco, yes,
I know.
and we love it. So
Yeah, well, again, I think it's just a wonderful area, and love being in Belton and Salado and Temple. Any chance, and Killeen, any chance that
Yeah,
I get to be down in
absolutely.
that part of the area. So you have had the experience in Waco schools, did you?
yes, yeah. Well, I went to private school, St. Louis and Riker, kindergarten through 9th grade,
Yeah.
and then I went over to Waco High
Okay.
for high school, and I loved it.
Is that how you met Baird?
That's how I met my husband. Yes,
Really?
and now I'm following in my mother-in-law's footsteps. She was on the well, I'm not on the school board, but she volunteered so much time to Waco
Yeah.
ISD on the school board and through the Education Foundation and just all of her.
Yeah,
all those
talking
volunteer
about Debbie
opportunities.
Luce,
Yes,
who
Debbie.
was
Yes.
sat in that very spot not
Yep.
too long ago,
Yep.
but because she's still very involved with lots of things that
Oh,
are happening
yes.
in the community, and that's part of what makes Central Texas such a great place to live. There are so many
wonderful.
people who give so selflessly of their
Yes.
time and their treasure.
And speaking of that, we'll have a live auction. We'll have a silent auction. We have RK Bass Electric, who is based in Bell County. They donate a whole home generator to our live auction, including installation, and it brings in a lot of money. It's a
Wow.
great live auction prize.
That's a wonderful
It's a
prize.
wonderful prize. And we also have Smile at the World Orthodontics. They give a full set of braces to the live auction, which, we all
That's worth
need.
thousands.
I know, absolutely. So those are some of our top prizes. And it's just, like you say, the generosity of our business owners and our community is just incredible. And we're so thankful for that. We'll have some other fun prizes too, but those are always 2 that go big. That bring us a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
money.
yeah. You want to go just to have a chance to bid on
Absolutely.
some of these.
Absolutely. I was thinking about my 10-year-old might need some braces. So
I
that
might
be
need some.
me.
That
I
might
know.
be a really good way to take care of that. Your husband though is a radiologist.
He
at
is.
Baylor Scott and White.
Yes. Well, he's actually not with Baylor Scott White
Okay.
anymore. He's self-employed, but that's how
Okay.
we ended up in the area.
Uh-huh.
And so he enjoys too. He loves sports, youth sports, athletics. It was a big part of his life. It
Right.
still is a big
Played-
part of our
yeah,
life
played
with
baseball,
our boys.
yeah,
Baseball.
in
He
here.
played Waco High football, and so
Yeah.
so he enjoys being involved as well in raising money for the kids and the teachers of the district.
Well, this parental involvement is crucial
It
for
is.
the success of any school district,
It
and
is.
I know they're thrilled to have you all
Oh, thank you.
working so hard on this red carpet event. It's the Casino Night for the Belton ISD Education Foundation. How can folks go about getting tickets or securing a table?
The easiest way, and I'm not on Facebook, but our Facebook page is public, but the easiest way would go to our Facebook page, which is BISD-BEF. So Belton Independent School District, Belton Education Foundation, BISD-BEF. And there's a quick link, a QR code on our Facebook page that you can use. You can call our office, 254-215-2024. We'd be happy to help you out. And our email address is bisdbef@bisd.net. So I don't know if you're able to post items in like show notes or anything like that. If there's something I can provide you, I could do that as well.
Yeah, please do that. We might be able to help in that department. And, you've got some wonderful items, as you say, for auction.
Yes.
The casino part of it, is there an age requirement on coming?
Everyone is over 21 that comes, because there is alcohol being served, and then there is a casino.
Right, you don't have students.
Right, we don't have students. We have students that help the day of. We have a lot of the athletic teams come move the tables. We use their muscles to move tables to help when the event's not going on. But then once 5 o'clock hits, it's 21 and up.
Right. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Well, this is going to be an amazing event, and I know it's going to be hugely successful. Do you have an amount you kind of decided?
Well, I would love to at least match last year, if not do more, which would be incredible. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're excited about, like I said, all of our sponsors. The silent auction is open before, and so you don't have to be present to bid on the silent auction. So we'll have those links on our Facebook page as well.
Okay.
Because we have just other people in the community that might not be able to attend, or but they still can bid and get some great items.
Technology has really helped.
It's amazing.
I know this kind of thing.
I've learned a lot. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I've
That is true.
lot.
I'm sure that's true. Well, it is delightful to get to sit here and
you.
visit with you, Beran, and to learn more about Belton ISD Education Foundation.
I appreciate you having me.
And do you have any stories, anecdotes about maybe a grant that you know?
Well,
of?
I just love the favorite day of the year by far for our foundation is giving away the teacher grants. We make a big deal out of it. We get on school buses and we get to go to the campuses and present the grants to the teachers that have
noisemakers
been
and make a big
bells
deal.
And we make a big deal out of it. Absolutely.
No,
and
I
the
know.
teachers love it. The kids love it. And I just, that's our favorite day, just to see the smile on their faces. And it's amazing. I worked in special education for 7 years, and those teachers spend so much of their own money.
Yes, they do.
They do. They do so much. And so even, the amount that $1,500 can help in a classroom is incredible. And so it's really rewarding to review those grants, to see what teachers are doing in the classroom, and then being able to give them that funding.
Well, and I love the creativity and the opportunity it gives these teachers to come up with things, think outside the box when it comes to ways to enrich their classrooms.
Absolutely. I love one of my favorite, having worked in special education, we had some teachers asking for like cooking equipment to help these kids learn life skills and independence. And it's just things like that are happening that I love. That I love to see in our district.
Well, Belton's a great place, and I know you're going to have a wonderful event.
I will.
Appreciate you so much spending some time with me.
I appreciate you
here
having
today.
me.
Yeah, the event's coming up on the 18th of October
18th.
at Bold Republic Brewing Company. That's 7060 Stone Hollow Drive in Temple, Texas. A night of cards, cocktails, and commitment to education.
I love it.
I love it at the Belton ISD Casino Night Fundraiser. And I know they appreciate so much, the effort you're putting in to make this a wonderful success.
Well, we have a great team. It's all teamwork, and we're excited to host a fun event, a fun night. And, I've had some people ask about the type of dress and what's really fun night. And, I've had some people ask about the type of dress, and what's really fun is you can dress as Vegas-y as you want, or you can come in your jeans and your boots, or you'll see everything. So, some people love to dress up, and we love that. And if you don't want to, it's totally fine. So
everybody's
get
cool.
creative.
It's
Absolutely.
just
You'll
cool.
see it all, and
All right.
it's really fun.
Thank you, Bairn. Thank you so much.